Oh, I forgot to hit go live, but whatever. Okay, so I also need to grab this again. Okay, so to repeat, um, what we're quickly gonna do is finish the first bear track. So we're just gonna do a synth uh, note on each of the 4 beats. Simple, just to have a quick loop to start with. And then after I woke up, I made a quick to-do list. So the first part is just extra stuff. Programming, so I just want simple movement, being able to move between rooms. Number stuff, and main menu stuff. That's about as simple as it's gonna get. For the art, I need to draw the player, two, I guess, decor items, kind of, 5 collectible items, and then 5 locations to collect the items, and a kind of inventory holder thing, and buttons to control the volume of the music. And we're gonna do a quick bare metal track real quick, and um, sound effect can be done at the end. So let's try doing that. So I'll go back to Reaper here and then just add another track. If I remember, am I able to move this down? Yeah. Okay. How do I? Uh, there's a way to kind of comp record. I guess I just have to enable looping, right? So, uh, um, let me just try it. Test 1 2. 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 Cool, and I could select. It's automatic. Okay, well, I didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. Okay, now I need to figure out bitrate too high. Average. It should be 6. I don't know why it's saying it's too high. Yeah, I don't know. It does seem like it's cycling a bit more than normal. Can I hit modify live? Yeah, I don't know what to do. Okay, well. Um, so, let me, I also need, to kind let me quickly Google it real quick. I'll right click the metronome button. Hmm. Let me figure out what I actually want to play. So, uh, here I have to do something like this. Let me. I probably have to duplicate this 4 times, I think. Okay, now let me figure it Let me Google something real quick. Uh, you can stop. Let's go. Okay. So now I need a craft. No, like it's uh maybe not a cook, but an assemble here. Okay, I need to also open up the mini freak manual. Mini freak. Okay, I'm actually just reading the PDF. So I want to know digital oscillators. Okay. I'm confused, but whatever. Give me 1 second. Okay, check this out. Okay, let's try it. Yellow dust. Dust. I shouldn't be doing it, but whatever. So I think I just need to. Where's my. Got it. Oh yeah, on time. No, okay. Let's see if this works. Okay. Simple. I do want to hear how it transitions. That's fine. And then right here, what are we gonna do? I did it backwards, but I guess I can move it. Hold on, let me just. Oh, there. And then now we have this work. Looks just fine. And then you can just do something like this. And okay. Now it's time for notes, I guess. Yeah, let's see what the wave shaper does. Oh, I want to. I mean, Let me go back to some of the other waves. I want to check the clock. I gotta figure this out. Okay, so we're gonna definitely use this. And we're gonna so I made it so complicated, man. Try to do it to the tempo. here for my 8S. Looks like it's gonna be one track. Look at this. I understand. How to do it. Okay, I'm just gonna mute this one. Mm. Mute, mute. Yes, it was. I'm sorry. I was recording the instruments and the what do you call it? I was saying thank you for the raid, and 10 hours I fell asleep. Even though it's just a start, I started late and stuff. So I'm just getting some stuff done on the to-do list. I finished. Um, well, I'm pausing, working on a little bit of music, and I'm gonna get started doing a couple of art assets. And then in about like 4 hours, I'm gonna probably get to programming, just the bit. My idea is it's gonna be like a top-down game where you go ahead and pretty simple. I didn't want to go too heavy this time. Yeah, it's a lot. Um, I wanted to go simple, take it really easy this time around. Every single time before, it's my ninth gem, I'd say. I think. Let me actually go ahead and check. I'm looking at the manual here. Yeah, there's 8 here, so it's gonna be my ninth gem. And most of the time, I end up trying to create. Most of the time, I end up trying to like come up with a new mechanic or try to create like this overarching thing. But I think this time around, I'm gonna really try to restrict myself and keep it simple because uh, it's just way too much stress to like be at the end of the jam and be like working on music the last minute. It's not really that fun. So I'm trying to do like kind of like the stuff I'd have fun with first, and then like rely on my coding abilities, which I'd say is like my strong suit, is programming. So I decided I'm gonna keep the art assets low because that takes up a whole ton of time, and then I'm gonna also keep the the. I'm actually gonna try to go a little bit more with the music, because previous jams, this a lot of this equipment is pretty recent, but previous jams, I've kind of struggled to create fuller and complete tracks. So I think this time around, I'm just gonna spend that a little bit more time. So that way, once someone starts playing the game, they get that kind of hook or kind of like uh, something to listen to while doing X or Y. And then my target is I'm probably gonna keep like playtime to like about like 9 minutes or so. That's kind of the plan. Uh, Main thing is the game's gonna be in a forest, and there's gonna be you're gonna start off at in a specific scene, and then yeah, um, you kind of like move around to randomly generated rooms to collect stuff, and you kind of want to have a collection to be able to sell. This game is very reliant on like numbers and the actual system specifics itself, but uh, yeah, I don't know. Previously in a lot of jams, I music was always like the last thing I thought about, but more and more, it's just like it's so fun that I think I should put more time into it. So exploring and stuff like that. All right, so let me get started on actually like the player, I guess. So I think what I'm gonna do is kind of figure out kind of like where I want like I think this canvas size is probably gonna be the size of the room, and then you go either up, down, left, or right. Pretty simple to go to different rooms. And because of that, I'm gonna kind of outline how big I want the character to be based on. All right, thanks, no problem. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, I think I'm gonna kind of outline where I want the player to be based off of. Based off of kind of like the objects uh, in the around the edges. So I think there's gonna kind of be like a tree wall border, uh, and then kind of like a gap in the trees somewhere around the middle that the player can slot through to be able to go to another room, and then let me move some stuff around. This is the to-do list. Let me shrink my to-do list because I'm gonna work on art now. There we go. And then I can move this down as well. Just behind it. All right, so I think the size of the character will probably be. I want it to be slightly bigger than it. It is top down, but one of my potential plans, if I have time, is kind of like a almost b-hop mechanic. So I want the sprite to be able to like. Let me just make a circle. I want the sprite to be able to kind of like scale, like be a little bit bigger than normal, and then scale it down. So that way, when it jumps, it just kind of like the jump would just kind of be, would just kind of get a little bit bigger each time. That's the plan. I can't do an inverse. Okay. Let me just. Yeah. So where's that selection? Okay, I can remove it manually. Hold on. Okay, so the idea I'm gonna go with players kind of like because it's gonna have like this kind of like the way you kind of grab and collect would be this kind of like beam, almost like a portal gun. And so because of that, I was trying to figure out like how to go about what the character should actually be, and I was like leaning towards like I could go either more digital towards like the robotic side, or lean more towards like the magical side. And I'm thinking I could have like this kind of half wizard, half hooded player, and that'll be simple to do. Just kind of, I'm thinking kind of maybe some this shape maybe, and then kind of like a rounded egg, I guess. And then the probably like the purplish beam would probably make sense. Probably gonna go dark blue here. Let's see. What's my keybind to delete? I have a whole ton of keybinds that I don't remember since I haven't practiced art since last gem. And I'm basically just getting started since I had trouble with my virtual machine. And so I started like about like a couple hours late. But I had time to think about my ideas and stuff. So that was pretty cool. So let me. This looks very messy, but I promise the Biz tool is gonna save me in a second here. Hold on. I'm just trying to like. That'll probably be fine, I think. It's gonna save me. Trust. Let me. Okay, now. Okay, now we're just gonna go for it. So that's a Biz tool, and then I'd say. Oh, that's why. Okay, my bad. Oopsie. Undo that. Okay, my script isn't working. Maybe let me just restart it real quick. Where's Python? So I have a Python script to help me draw Bez stuff a little bit quicker. It's just Python. Oh, Python scripts /g create. Okay, here we go. Okay, that didn't work. Now it's working. Okay, there we go. We're just gonna kind of want to do the important part is probably gonna be right here. And I'm probably gonna do something like this that'll be filled in. And I actually want to go maybe down here. And back up. curve again. And then right here, or maybe I might get started with the code and like I'll see if I could quickly do something here, and then I do feel like coding just a bit. That's a bad tool, but I think the eyes should just come out. It needs a black outline. It'll be fixed in a second. I do want to cut this line. And then I messed up. And then back to where's best. So I'm gonna do strong color. Should we connect it here? No, we should not. We will maybe just a little bit behind it, and then we curve back down and out. Okay, we'll see. I might have to make this better. Why do you not like the pink? Pink bucket? Oh, it's because eraser tool, right? And I should probably use the pixel art brush. I think, but I'll do that on the next run. Hold on. We're gonna also, I don't like the color. And then we're also gonna here. And he needs he's too tall. So this not probably not that color. What color for his eye? White, of course. But let's see. How do I want to do this? It does feel a little bit big. It's just temporary. And I think I'm gonna make them. Let me just do this real quick. That's fine. This is probably gonna be. This is just a concept, and then we're just gonna put it into the game, and then do the movement from. I think, and just so I can get something on the GitHub. Copy, paste, movie over. Okay, he's a little bit wonky-eyed, but whatever. Okay, he will follow the direction of the mouse is the intention. So I kind of wanted this kind of semicircular thing, and the basically just the two eyes is basically it. So I'm gonna export this. Let's see if I could. We're gonna call this player one. And I need to resize it down to that. And then it's done. Bring back the background. And then where's my game maker? Okay, this was a test. I'm gonna add. I'm gonna open up File Explorer and add the image in. Let's see. Pop, pop, pop. Okay. Not here. Where's my assets folder? Oh, it's in my desktop. Let me add you in. And then we're gonna assign it to the player object. And let's see if we can write some code, I guess. I do need a reference for this here, so I'll just do this. I need to see kind of what I did here. Okay, so what I actually use to write code is a custom text editor I made a while ago that if I do the wrong thing, it will crash. If I make a mistake, it'll probably crash. So we can start. We're gonna need direction. This can be for now just up, down, left, and right. But later it should be like an angle or something. We're gonna need velocity. Some small stuff here, and then actually show this a bit bigger. okay. So it's kind of like a slightly Vim-like editor. So I tend to move around a lot by words and lines and stuff like that. It's just a fun way to do things, I guess. So I'm not sure if we'll need that, but we want to increase velocity by we're gonna multiply it. So 1.5. Now I just need to see if I can actually get the step event in here. I had trouble with this last time, but let's see. Step. Actually, before I do that, we can do what's called is it unpack? Unpack. Or is it pack? It's pack. I'm gonna pack this. Let me try unpack. Okay, well, let me just. Oh, looky there, it's done. Let me try. Seeing if I could get the step of unpack. And then we're gonna re-edit the file. Okay, let me just do it a little bit manually. The first step event, is it step 0? I hope it is. And then let's see what we got here. If okay, we're gonna do 4 keyboard checks. With the character cues. I'm gonna paste that in 4 times. And then we're gonna do one for up, left, and right. And then let's see. We don't have any walls or anything like that. Let's just try. We'll do a check here. Y minus equals velocity is probably a plus. Oops. It should be left. So game maker, of course, goes down in the positive direction. So Okay, so now, as long as we're not hitting whatever cap we want to place, we have to add our start velocity and multiply whatever that was. And then this should be the same for all of them. And then we're actually going to place him in the room somewhere. So we don't need that for now. First run. First try. Okay. There we go. We got movement. So if I do have time, I'll make the movement probably more complicated. But I'm also not sharing. I don't have this as a source. Let me add that into capture. This will be the game. Detect the window. Here we go. There we go. Maybe game capture. Where's game? Properties. Let me remove this real quick. Remove video capture, game capture, game. I keep switching to QWERTY. I don't use QWERTY, I use Dvorak, so I end up having to backspace a lot because I forget to switch layers. There we go. It's better. And then so he can move all around the place. So the intention is you go up here and then he teleports back down to kind of simulate going between rooms. Actually, should it be one room? So there, what I mean by room is in Game Maker, there's a specific thing called rooms, but like you can place stuff into it, and you can have multiple of them, and you can have it has functions. So Game Maker has specialized functions to go back and forth. But in some of my games, I just create different types of rooms. And in some other games, I kind of just have a single room, and I kind of generate I think I'm gonna create two rooms, and then I'm gonna have like a go-to to one of the rooms. It'll generate all the random objects and sprites that I will create, and then if I hit like the top, instead of just doing a subtraction, I'll do the whole go to a different room, and I'll keep the position known, so that way I could teleport to the bottom in that different room, or spawn the player object in that different room. Or actually, technically, I could keep the player objects persistent, which I probably will do. I'll keep it persistent, which means it'll last between rooms, and then I can do the subtraction even though I'm in a different room. And in that different room, there will be a create event to randomly generate all the locations for you to traverse and collect objects. That'll be the plan. I think this move, I'll set up the rooms real quick in GameMaker. But I'm pretty satisfied with that basic movement code because there is going to be, I don't know where my to-do list is, but there is going to be quite a bit of art in terms of like the amount of items possible to collect. I think the I guess the playability would probably rely a little bit on that. And it also depends, like you don't want just completely random items, right? You want to be able to have a certain pattern of items, like item types that you're collecting. So you collect a log, and then a stick makes more sense. A rock makes a lot of sense because you're in a forest, right? Maybe a bug, and then as you progress, you can start collecting weird items that shouldn't be there or that I don't know, contradict collection in the first place. Basically using like kind of like substitution surprise or whatever. But so I think I put the player object in here, which will be fine, but we're gonna need a main menu. So I'll create the room and just call it MM. Actually, because this room already has a lot of the viewports set up, and basically what I'm doing here is, and when I'm talking about viewports is, I think GameMaker has bilinear downscaling. So you have your camera, your basically the area of the game and all the art assets are in 1440p. So a lot more than 1080. But then the actual viewport is in 1080, so it'll fit on like normal monitors and look normal, I guess. But I will have to change the viewport, for example, once I'm doing the HTML5 export, right? And one thing I am gonna do this game jam this time around is test the HTML5 export more often, because it tends to break even though the main main Windows export did not break. So let me just refresh just to make sure. So jam ends in 2 hours and 5 minutes. I'm doing the jam, by the way. So another thing, so I'm going to duplicate this room. I'm going to call it main menu. And I'm going to remove the items. And I'm going to create objects for main menu items. I actually want to put this in a folder, so I'll just create. GameMaker calls it groups, but it's just a folder, and it's not an actual folder. It's metadata in the project thing. I had to know this when trying to figure out how to edit GameMaker stuff from my own text editor. So, main, or just gonna go for buttons. So we don't have to have an object for every single thing, and I probably won't do it for like the title, the start, I'm just gonna put that start button. So I think the only thing I actually need is a start button. I think I wrote that down in my to-do list, which I don't see anymore. Somewhere here. Whoa. It's invisible. Okay. I guess I minimized it. When I minimize stuff, it stops rendering. Um, so yeah, I also don't even need the slider bar. I think I'm gonna render that, like, try to figure out how to make that via draw events. But I do need an O cell. So I need a cell button. So basically, minimum viable product is I'm gonna create 5 items that you can collect, and after you fill that kind of collection inventory, and there will be placeholder inventory stuff, and each item will have its name that has a little bit of generation to it. Um, you'll be able to sell the collection as a whole, and for like double the value compared to the total of each item individually. And I think that kind of the amount you sell for will scale, and that's the simplest idea of kind of infinite progression I could currently think of. So there'd be no specific goal, but the goal would be to make a lot of money. And each kind of time you sell, there's kind of like I'll keep track. So each item would kind of get like this rare and rare tag to it. So worst case scenario, I can do it with buttons, and I think I do have in previous gems I've made it without using draw events. So try. Oh, this is Artha. Buttons. Title. So yeah, I think as a temporary solution, I think this character is just fine. I'm gonna change the background color to kind of green, and we might need to create a kind of forest sprite asset next. Or I could figure out. So if I press, I forget what the way to comment in Game Maker is. It's slash slash. I guess I could check my buy-ins and see what I specifically wrote for Go. So that is in my scripts folder in client data. And then I could edit this in Notepad real quick. So unpack. Okay. And reload and run. Okay. Oh, my editor crashed. It's because that one in particular is because um I swapped undo, accidentally hit undo. You can't undo in my editor, at least not right now. Where is one scene is just so fun. Okay, and now let me actually unpack this. Oh, it works. Look it. It changed in the Game Maker. That's pretty cool. So now whatever I do here, I just type unpack and then it automatically reloads. It's pretty cool. It's synced up now. I guess I could also reference, because I will need a permanent object kind of controlling the game and kind of this is interesting. I create earlier when I was messing around, I had misnamed the objects. So this will be permanent, and I want to reference kind of what I've done in my previous games, where basically there's always going to be one permanent object that's invisible, and it'll handle a lot of the it'll handle audio, it'll handle controlling like game state. But let me bring up my GitHub. And I'm not sure what specifically, which Ludum Dare. I'll check the most recent ones, I guess. So 57, all the objects. OP is what I name it for object persistent. Gets mixed up pretty frequently with the player object. Oh, so where's my text editor? Did I minimize it again? So I do want to include this, and I'll have it at the top. I'm adding the object to my text editor, And the first thing we probably want to do is randomize, because we're gonna have like a lot of RNG stuff, and then we'll have it control the volume. I'll set the volume to 80%, just in case it's louder than normal or whatever. Just in case something so as far as game maker specifics, I do. So this is cool. I could fuzzy find functions in my editor, which I think is the coolest thing ever. Like any function I've ever created from my server, just type capital F, and then there's a function to write to file. But so I think audio, sound gain, audio, audio play sound. It is a little bit confusing. I might play sound. Sound gain a volume. I think this is to, let me just. Well, I guess this is the one time. Yeah, audio sound gain. I had functions that had comments, because the way my fuzzy finder works is it finds basically the first line, and it finds a string in that, or as close as it can. Well, it creates a ranking based off of insertions and deletions to get to the specific string. But I had one where I had a comment like right next to the name of the function, so I would understand the arguments to the specific function, like a really bad autocomplete, I guess, or I guess GameMaker has it. So let's see. My God. So another thing I could do, maybe, if I wanted to keep all the code in the same spot, is to have the main controller object control the player. Uh, and I think this works well a lot of the time. I think I want to do that because um, so check this out. So this is the create event. We're gonna do a step event. But this time I haven't. Okay, I don't. I guess I forgot to update my functions or pull them from the server. Um, but okay, so we're just gonna write it out. Top down. Um, we'll try it, but we might have to do a check to see if it exists or not. So we'll just run this function, and I'm basically gonna convert the code previously written a minute ago to switch statement, I think. So my editor does have marks, so I'll do that. And I'll jump down here, mark that. Oh, did I mess up? Um, Char equals. We're also gonna move the sprite like this. I forgot to do that. We can do. Pa, 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 pa. I'm trying to figure out how to close the case. That was fancy. And that was not fancy. Okay. Okay. I don't even know how I did that. Hold on. Oh my god. Why does that work? Oh, did I break my... That... But that doesn't... Maybe... Oopsie. Okay. Well, I guess I just have to use the select more often. I don't know how to use my own editor, by the way. I have no idea what I wrote in it. So long ago. There's probably a better way to do this, but... Yeah, that's good. Plus. By the way, the colors on my text editor, they tell me how far to jump sometimes. Sometimes. Like if I'm at uh this line, so if I'm want to change these Y's to X's, I hit the R key, which is replace, hit the X character, and then I hit, I guess that's 8, but I don't know the numbers. I just have muscle memory for my fingers sometimes. So I type, basically that's my pinky, and then I go down to X to do the same thing. If I know which layer I'm in, but whatever. It's weird, but I like it. It's like a backup in case I need to jump around. I think this is good enough. So now we have this function which will be used to control the player, which we do by player.x. Oh, that's genius. I should rename the player. Um, whatever. There. Um, so we probably will have to. One day I am gonna implement multi-cursor into my text editor, and so that way I can do that just a hair bit faster by, I guess, creating 3 cursors of equal length and just adding p to each one. So px equals room width divided by, it is, no, that's a comment. I think this is what I want to do. I could confirm. I can't confirm. I have to go somewhere else. Where is px? Oh yeah, that's fine. I think that works. I don't really have. I can unpack and check. Here, watch. Let me sync. Now it's all in GameMaker. Yeah, it's green. So that's a specific GameMaker var. And it also means I actually. I don't think I need this. And this goes over here for player card. Oh, okay. And also, we no longer need to track the player object anymore. Just I just need to write something to um, unpack it. Okay, so let's do an is instance check. If I think this instance or exists or player is not Python, I'll do that, I think. And let's see if this actually works still. I might have to unpack first. I do have a script to automatically run the game via a keybind, but I'll set that up later. It does not work. This function checks for things. X function time. I called the function. Oh, the persistent object isn't actually in the room. Okay, so cancel. Oh, so there's this little tiny question mark. No. Okay. A little bit weird, but it kind of works. So, did the division not work? What is room width and height? Not unless I just change it to 4. Okay. Well, at least we know it works. I literally had to look around my monitor to check what layer I'm in. I still don't know. Okay. Okay. I think now we actually add our assets to actually like this will just be the game here. I'll put it up here. What are we gonna do? This is basically can make this small. Actually, make game maker smaller. We're gonna actually work on art again. We can check something off the to-do list though. So O player movement simple. That's done. Oh, we can do room movement first. Hold on. We can, or okay, we'll do art first because I won't be able to tell if it worked or not because there's no differentiable assets. Let's see. Let's just quickly duplicate it, even though we're gonna work on it. Duplicate. We're gonna call it 2 and 1. Okay. Okay, back to art. Okay, so I'm tempted to fix the little guy, but I think we just need a tree, so let's just ignore him for now and just hope that we can have enough time to fix him later. Okay, so I actually want to use the pixel brush, I think. So the tree should probably be about double his height, roughly. So pop, 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 pop. Simple enough, and for we can do 2 types of trees. One without branches, and then this one will be with branches. Pop, 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 pop. That'll be the 1 branch version. And then we'll do another tree that's I guess shorter. Why not? He's growing. Don't make fun of him. Okay, so now I just have to I'll do an outline, I think. So so let me see. I'm gonna have to restart it real quick. There we go. It's restarted. Let's try this one more time. So we'll start here. Bez has a good enough kind of curve already, so we want to do, I guess, a kind of root type of thing here. So we'll do something like that. They can sometimes have like kind of sharper roots, right? So sometimes curved. Pop. Is that connected? Yes, it is. Barely by a single pixel. Okay, so now for the leaves, we'll do a kind of, luckily, if I mess up, kind of still works. I do wish I eventually got around to working on a script. Some of these I don't like. Some of them have to be a little bit smaller. And it's gonna be so obvious this is the best tool now. That'll probably work. Okay, so we're almost done with the outline of the leaves. And then we'll do something interesting there. So we also need, actually, right here should be a little bit leafy. Easy. Don't need to be too greedy on the details. And yeah, that was a okay. I will add texture to this, but not right now. So right now it's pretty solid color. One thing I've never tried before that I'm gonna try is seeing if I can create my own textures. Like I might use the default wood texture in Krita, because like there's no way I could create a better texture than that. But maybe for the leaves, since I don't have anything for that, maybe texture is everything. we'll do this tree next time. Give me back my brush. And we'll start with the outline again. I have no visibility, so I'm just gonna. Did I mess up there? No, I didn't. So then we go up here. That might be too much of an angle. And I'm not on the right layer either. Did I say too much or too little of an angle? No, that looks like a tree. Shape, at least. I'm gonna do something a little bit more interesting, I guess. In terms of like a variation of the roots, I guess. We'll see if this works out. Smaller roots. And then we'll do the branch, I guess. Oops. Oh boy. Okay, let's get this branch done. Pop. I'm seeing him probably right here. Is a good spot to start. A little thinner than I would have guessed, but let's first do the outline of the leaves near the trunk so we can quickly color it in. That was a weird curve. What was I guess I could just color pick that and then oops. Let's do these leaves. These leaves are gonna be a bit bigger. Bop, 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 bop. Okay. Okay, I'm slowly getting used to the controls. I'm slowly I guess I could show you my keybind map. I have a special GUI that I made so I could look at it. So I'm gonna add window capture. I'm gonna call it I don't know. The letter B. Select the window. GUI. There it is. This is it. Basically. So basically it's all left hand only, of course, because I have my pen on my right hand, and it's a mix of what I use most frequently, and so I have all the first layer keys, basically the normal characters, and then I have the control versions of them and the shift versions of them. And the way I go between control and shift is my thumb. So because I have a moonlander, so I only have 34 keys to work with. So let's put this in the corner. I'll get rid of that later once I'm done with art. But I already added it, so might as well leave it there. He isn't gonna hurt anyone, I guess. I think. I hope not. I need my outline tool again. And then we're gonna go big on the leaves here. Probably not that big. What am I doing? Okay, I kind of messed up there, but whatever. Okay. Why am I going so far? Actually, I think this. Where's the game? Where's the game at? I'm looking at the seeing if I could see pixels. Just don't mind me while I get like 2 inches from my monitor real quick. I think Game Maker's bilinear downscaler would make it look blurry either way. Layer. That's why. I was in the wrong layer. Oops. Um. We'll take care of the details. I'm following with the sketch, but technically I really don't have to. This is gonna look lopsided, isn't it? It's gonna. Some of them are gonna be uneven on one side, and then a lot of them are gonna be even on the other side, etc., etc. This is too wavy. It's too wavy. Too wavy. Too wavy. I actually have to get rid of this. I have to think big circles. I also should probably remind myself of the time. Uh, we have 2 days, 4 hours left for me to finish. All these art assets. No, no, whoa. Where am I now? The final one. Tree. I could fix this a bit. So, Lanxos 3 might make these pixels a little bit more like bigger, blurrier pixels. Um, but I think I've already committed, so I think I'm gonna. It's much easier to outline with the pixel brush, and I think maybe I could go over again with like maybe like a thicker outline brush later. But right now, I just need to get the shape perfect, the details, and all the filling and all the colors in first, and then if I want like anti-aliased edges, then I go in with like a different brush and one that's like slightly bigger than like a pixel. And just try my best to follow the lines of my work. I could even what I could do is I could do all the art assets exported to like this, and then at the end, since I'm doing this kind of black outline, I could do another pass through where it's basically a different brush, and then export all those, and then try to uh, maybe try to see which one looks better. Um, But if the pixel art brush is good enough, then it's gonna be good enough. And I think I'm just gonna do 2 trees for now, and I'll save the third one for later. I'll put these 2 trees in the game. I'll make a gap, and then I'll do the rune code thing. Uh, this one shouldn't take as long because it's a small branch, I guess. Well, I guess it's gonna look slightly more detailed because it can't just be a block. I'm in the leaf workflow now. I'm locked into my intuition about leaves, I guess, or at least the shape of them. Not actually, I'm just joking. I messed up there. Those are 2 trees, let's export them. File, save. I'm gonna call this main 2. Okay, so I wish I also had created my script to be able to export individual layers quickly. Export advanced. Call this tree 2. Tree 2 1. That's not good. Height is 1440. So let me I'm gonna export that real quick. I might have made it invisible while I was exporting. Doesn't matter. File, export advanced. This one is just gonna be tree. Let's see if we can add these to the game, shall we? Shall we? So right now I'm focused on the game maker in the corner here. Because it shouldn't take too long to add these in. If I had scenes made, then I could have swapped between them. Maybe later. I'll work on it after I take a break. Where's my red assets? 58. I should name these to the sprite versions of themselves, just in case. If it doesn't work, I'll fix it later. So we're gonna create an object for each of these individual trees. Would I click? Okay, let me just do that. Okay. Object tree. Add the tree sprite. And we do have to do some game maker stuff to make sure that it works. Create new object. Tree 2. I'm messing up my naming convention. It's gonna be all called the tree. And then this is gonna contain tree 2. And then actually for these sprites, while I'm here, I can also rename them S tree and S tree 2. So, in Game Maker, there's an easy way to auto trim. You just hit that button, and it looks more it looks more blurred than if I had worked specifically on 1440p. I think this is not gonna work, but we'll see. Edit image. This looks like really bad compression. I think temporarily. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take our game, which I think is still somewhere, isn't it? That's not it. I guess I closed it. You know what? I messed up. But no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It'll work. You see, this is just okay. This is temporary. The angle of them is wrong, but I'll do like a bush type thing to add to the edges. So But with this, with two different tree types, I can now do random generation stuff. Okay, let me pixel peep for a second so I could just... I don't know. I think it's fine. I think I'm gonna keep working with the pixel brush, I think. It does just make it look blurry, but like actually like pretty blurry. It looks compressed. Um let's see, what should I do? I think for the next art asset, I'm really trying stuff out. And I'm probably gonna end up keeping some of the stuff just because of time constraints. But for the next object, I'm gonna try just mm, so basically what I estimate is happening is the alg tries to find and preserve the lines by doing some math, assuming the brush kind of tapers off or is already anti-aliased to some degree, in some way, shape, or form. So when I'm doing with the pixels, it doesn't have that. So all it has is it just like tries to preserve that look, and it pretty much fails. So I think I am gonna do the brush, but I think I'm gonna do like a pixel outline and then see if I could brush over it, or maybe just kind of do an underfill. We'll see. Because doing it with the brush might take a little bit longer for it to color. So I might just keep it pixels, and if I have time to basically increase, just make it look better and not compressed, then I'll just go over it with the normal brush, I think. So one thing we can do is we can use this to now work on stuff. I don't need this. Color. Where is that thing? Invisible. We're gonna start scripting like I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. The room stuff. So I think I do want like a temporary button that I'll create in GameMaker. So I'll create a sprite. I'm just gonna call it S. What layer am I on? Okay. So for this, it's just temporary. I just need something to click on. So just it'll be a rectangular hitbox. So. And then we add that to here. That mess. And then we're actually gonna organize the rooms. So main menu should be the home. I forget how to set it as first. Okay, so here we have room order. Main menu 1, 2. Okay. And then we add in our temporary start button. And there's a few ways to go about making it work. Of course. And one of the ways is through events. And the reason why I'm going to do events is because it'll work better when it comes to the HTML5 export. I forget what this is called in the actual files. What I mean by that is GameMaker stars each event as a folder. Mouse underscore 0. Okay. I need that basically. Yeah. No. And I normally would prefer to do kind of everything in my editor at some point, but whenever you create an object, it has to be added to the GameMaker's resource order for the project file. So I can't just create the folder for the object and the YY file because Game Maker doesn't check the folders to see if you created anything new. At least I think it doesn't. Right? I think it doesn't. Or at least at the time, I wasn't able to research enough to figure out a way out of it. Let check this out. There we go. Okay, so now another thing I want to do is actually I want to create um and a way out. I think if you press a Z, it closes the game. So is it game underscore end? So if you press Z, the game quits, and the reason why I'm doing that is so I could test stuff faster. Because one thing I want to do is set up a script to automatically run the file. Okay. If that works. How do I do mouse again? Let me just. Okay, let's go do that, and then. Does if start work, or is that only a Python thing? Does this even work? Am I crazy? Doesn't feel right. If start is true, what do we want to do? Okay, so now I think we're gonna do like kind of we need to keep track of the amount of rooms we travel. So basically, you're in the main menu, you go to the first room, fire everywhere. It's it's uh it's just fire. There's pretty much nothing. Go to the next room, which will be room two. We'll we'll Janet. Um uh Now I'm thinking that I might want to stick to one room. But for now, we'll just keep along with this idea. We go to room two, and then we generate. It's like a normal thing. You collect the item. You go to room three. You collect an item. You go to room four. You collect an item, and um, after you've go to room five and collected all five items, you get a certain percentage depending on if you've gone through 5 rooms, 10 rooms, etc. So what I'm thinking here is uh, we'll just go room count. So anytime a room go to is executed, we got a room count. Because we're gonna do a switch statement at the end here. I always forget what I call things. Room counts. So I missed. Sometimes I jump past the line. So room count. Is this the syntax of a switch? Yeah. Case. We only need a few specific cases. Others can be ranges. Uh, so in case one, I think I'm gonna just hope that the player just doesn't intend to break the game. Uh, Case. First round. There should be some sort of uh, default, like Okay, so I have to look up. Game Maker Studio to switch syntax. Um, Default. I kind of expected it, but okay. I mean, it's mainly like a single word heavy type of thing, which is good. Uh, but sometimes I like the underscore of Python. Um, so we go to room 1, and if we go to room 1, we have to generate. I'll probably do a bunch of instance underscore. We only want to do this once. Um, the function is something like that we're gonna use. Let me check if I have function. Instance underscore exists. Yeah, instance underscore create layer. Might as well just type it here. Is that the default layer? I'll check later. I'll reference later. So oops. I want to try to figure out how we're going to generate. I think we just do it in the create event of the rooms because we're going to use 2 rooms anyway. So in room 1, we can add. How do you access the create event again? Oh, creation code. So to do. I only need the name of it. I guess this one too will to do while I'm here. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is comment that out so it doesn't break the game. I need to open up my files to check what the room is called. So I'm just gonna copy paste this. And gonna need this part. Swap these around. Slash room creation code.gml. This will contain all the fancy random generation and specific stuff for the room. It'll also create all the items in their location and all the prices for those items. So this is an important one. Let me just confirm that they're both the same. They are indeed both the same. I had to think really hard about me traveling all across this. No, not this one. I thought so strongly. I thought it was sharp, but I did it wrong. Now I have to do this. Come on. So what I did wrong is this should be up here. This should be down here. And this should also be up here, and we're done. What do we do? Okay, there we go. Are you able to... Are my click clacks? They're kind of a little bit loud, but whatever. We are to doing right now. Aggressively. Okay. Let's see if it worked. Close the game. Open it back up. Duplicate case statement found. Yeah, is that really an issue, man? It is cool that it tells you where the original is. Like, it tells you where the duplicate is and where the original is. That's pretty cool. You can't see it because it's covered by the keyboard and stuff, but... Oh, I forgot to unpack. This is what happens when you don't have my script. I end up having to do a bunch of stuff. Okay. Run it. Left button. Yep. Wrong room. Okay. So this thing right here, which controls all the game state, we get rid of it. This one too, we get rid of it. Since it's persistent, it'll be in all the rooms as long as we put it in the first room. The first room is the main menu. We drag that in. Now we run. Okay, we got our dude. And then now we need to do it to where if he goes out of bounds, he goes to a different room where his chords will be flipped depending on which side of the room he goes through. So easy enough, I guess. Okay, so do we have his chords? PX and PY? We do, so we don't need much. So we're gonna do I want to place it here. I'll do it just past top down. So he does his movement. If the movement is past the border, then he's gone. He's disappeared. If what are we trying to F? Okay, so this is actually a switch is better because it's gonna be. Oh, is it better? It's probably not. It doesn't matter. Switch. We can actually use uh dir here, which is direction. I'm trying to think about, so if you're traveling diagonally, you still kind of want to know if you hit the top wall to travel diagonally backwards. According to the angle. So I think I'll save this. I'll do a simple switch for now, but uh, so we're gonna switch. We're just gonna do a basic dare switch because it'll change later. Case one. Um, um, I don't even remember the directions. Dare zero. We'll do clockwise. So 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. Blue is not that. Okay. Blue is my ring finger. I remember that. I should have just done relative to orange. I should always do relative to orange. I only got 4 fingers. And one of them's always orange. Sounds like I'm talking crazy. So when going up, we just I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sorry, I'm gonna concentrate kind of to get these values correct, I think. Um, I don't even know what height means, man. Py plus. I'm referencing because I think this is not gonna actually take me to the height, and I know that, but take me to the height that I want specifically. X. Uh, px plus room underscore. And there will be a room go to after I can confirm this works. I should also check HTML. That does not work. Let's try this way. It does not work. Oh my god, that scared me. Wait, px and py. I think there's debug and, well, not debug. Not that. Debug. Underscore. Show debug. Show underscore debug underscore message. Old school stuff. Let's go. Uh, I also got to start my script in a second to go through this debugging process a little bit faster. Um, this shouldn't fix it, but we can try it. Have I been not unpacking this entire time? Seems so. You're right, Game Maker. There is a missing bracket. True. You didn't like it here. Oh, that's a confusing one. That might be missing bracket somewhere else. No. Okay. Man, I'm blind. Okay, I got it. I got it. Whoa. Okay, up doesn't work. Down is weird. Okay, so this is what's happening. So left, right. I thought I disconnected a wire or something. Okay. How do I fix it? Let me just. Have I done this before? The answer is probably yes, but I'm probably not gonna be able to find it. Strange as it is, there's just too many projects to look through. And my brain makes it so that it doesn't remember every detail about all of them. So, up doesn't work. So for Y. Oh, this is It is not up. It is down. Also, something is weird with the room height. So the left and right should be fixed. I'm gonna add there's the game in the top corner. So going to the left. I forgot to. Um, I'm losing it. I'm tempted to take a break here, I think. Let me just finish this simple up, down, left, right. I think. I'll get something down on the first day, I guess. I mean, I'll come back, but just, it'll take me like a bit. Okay. Whoa. Okay, going to the right works, which is 1, 0, 1. Oh, of course. Let me check if down works. A little too high. Oh, it's because the spray isn't centered at the origin. Okay. And then the left is broken. Why? Zero, 1, 2, 3. It's probably that same origin thing. Okay. So what's gonna happen is, once I fix the origin, I want to need this. I want like that. Now we able to unpack it and player 1. Edit image. Auto trim. There he is. Spooky. And then the origin. Middle. Okay. And I don't know, I might commit this to GitHub. I'll commit it to GitHub during my break, I guess. Pop. There he goes. So now we just need to traverse to a different room anytime he does this. Uh, we also need to still keep track of the room count. Plus F. That was the find string feature of my text editor. Okay, so just as a test to see if it works, which it probably will. Oh, is the player persistent? Probably is, yeah. And run. There we go. We switched to a different room. Okay. Done. Um, because then we can't use direction anymore. We have to use angles. So room generation. Felt like it was backtracking. But okay, we're done with the significant portion of the simple programming. Basically caught up for being late, I guess. So I think I'm gonna take a bit of a break. We'll see. Let's see. Line graph. Probably. Okay, give me a second to check out a thing or two before. Okay. Um. Okay, so okay, so I think I'm gonna end the YouTube stream as well. Because I won't be talking much for a while. So